Hello everyone, welcome back to Rob's Gaming Table. I'm Mel, and today on the table I'm going to be painting the 3 figures that come in this Scourges of the Waste figure pack that was released yesterday by Fantasy Flight Games. Thank you to Fantasy Flight Games for sending this pack over to us so that I can paint it on the channel and then we can play with these miniatures. We do have already scheduled the, Poison Promise campaign that we're going to start on Tuesday. We're going to be playing through that with Kyle. That is already scheduled. There is a link in the description if you want to set a reminder for that. There is also links for all the campaigns that we've played through on the channel if you haven't seen any and you want to watch any of those. I have also some painting videos. I have painted through Spreading War. We haven't played that. This figure pack enhances and has figures for the Spreading War campaign and the Poison Promise campaign. So we'll be able to see some of these miniatures in action in that playthrough that we're going to start on Tuesday, as well as the Spreading War whenever we get to that, which I am looking forward to because there are some cool minis in that, and I kind of hope this new campaign pulls some of those in because I want to see how like the elephants and all of that works. So hello to everybody that is watching live and to everybody that is watching later. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Like I said, we're going to paint through these 3 figures all the way. So it's going to be a long one, I think. I am going to be using speed paints. I did use speed paints on the Spreading War and a few of the other miniatures, so I kind of want to keep that same aesthetic. So I'll be using a lot of speed paints. Also, links for the speed paints are also in the description below if you are interested in any of those. Hello to everybody that is watching. No, Rob is not painting today. Just me. Frederick, no one is going to lick the minis. No. I don't anyways. So no licking of minis today. Matthew, hello. Stephen. Kanji, hello. Rob's in the chat too. Hi, Rob. Okay. So I think what we can do is we can kind of show off these minis. I don't know if even some of you have seen them, or they were just released from Fantasy Flight yesterday, just came out yesterday. So some of you may not even be familiar with what we're painting today. So we'll go down to the table. I'll show you the 3 minis and we'll kind of chat about what we're going to do. Okay, so this is the figure pack. We have some awesome art on the cover. This is the little box that they release separately with the DLC campaign. So these are the 3 figures that are inside the box. So it looks like we have a dwarf, an orc, looks like he's on the bad guy side, and then we have the Witch King of Igmar on a foul beast. So we have, I'm just going to actually put them on these little things and I can show you like one at a time. So this is our, let's move that out of the way. This is our dwarf character. Now in searching for this character and one other character, there wasn't any art. So I think these are kind of made up by FFG. So we're going to just get creative with it. Then we have this one. This is an orc fighter. Lots of detail on him. Just cool. But like I said, we're going to use the speed paints. And for him, I'm thinking of doing some armor and then some speed paint as kind of a wash over to fill in some of the recesses, but very cool looking. Again, lots of detail on these guys. These were primed by Rob. Thanks, Rob. They were primed actually with an airbrush and the matte white primer. And then this is our Witch King. Very cool, very cool. So there is obviously, excuse me, there is obviously art for the Witch King and the Foul Beast. So I can follow some of those and then do a little bit of creative interpretation as well to kind of just make them unique and mine. So these minis are going to be painted. Like I said, using the speed paints, I want to get these table ready. I want to just get, I want to make sure that we have them obviously available to us when we start playing on Tuesday. I don't want to spend a ton of time. I may do some details. What I love about the speed paints is you can quickly slap on the speed paints. You can add some details and it really makes it look awesome, especially from the distance of like the 3 feet away from the looking down at the table. So that's kind of what the goal is. And I will be kind of jumping through all three kind of at the same time. I'm not going to paint one straight, the second one straight, and the third one straight. And that is just also for saving on paints. So if I have a color that I do want to use on all three, or maybe like a metal or a, I don't know, like if I'm doing weapons, I'll do all three weapons. So we're kind of going to go through all three of these at the same time, not individually. That will also save on paints, save on speed as well of kind of getting things done quickly. So just quickly taking a peek. I was looking through them to see all the details. I love looking through the magnifying glass so I can really see those details as well. So, oh, I saw that. Sorry, Heather, I didn't see, but Rob has the comment there for you. We do not have an Amazon affiliate link, no. But the links are just there if you're looking for the same products or something. The links are there for you. Quickly looking. Oh, Kenji says, Mel, I'm painting with you today. Yes, if you are painting today, let me know. That's so awesome. Or if you're watching later and you just have this on in the background and you're painting, let me know. That's so awesome. I love that. That's so awesome. Yes, Heather, we did just recently get an airbrush. Yeah, and Rob is now using that for prime. I'm not going to use that necessarily for painting per se. I don't really know. Maybe eventually, but yeah, right now we're just using it for priming. And Rob says it takes longer if you count the setup and the cleaning of the airbrush than obviously just the cans. But for us, sometimes, well, a lot of times when it's too cold or if it's raining, maybe you don't want to go outside and spray with the cans. So the airbrush is definitely better for those situations. So we don't have any cans that they don't really explode, but I don't know what happens to them. Some of them just get ruined. There's one piece of art for the orc that I have found. Oh, okay. Do you know where you found that, Mr. Because when I Googled the name that is on, where's my little paper here? So for anybody that is looking for these characters specific, we do have names. So when I Googled him specifically, I couldn't find any art on him. There is somebody that posted on BGG. They already had painted all three and posted them. And I think they even said in their post that there was not really any art. So they just kind of used their own creative mind to decide what they were going to do. So we can keep chatting while I start, but I think I should probably start because, as you know, these painting videos can take a while. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start with our dwarf. I'm just going to push these off to the side so I don't bang them. Oh, in the app, if you start the new campaign. Okay. Is he more of like a gray orc or like a green orc? That'd be awesome to know. Then I can do that. Okay, so this looks like a female with some braided hair. I think I'm going to go with the red hair, and we'll do Crusader skin for the skin. Poison Promise, I can see him from the back with a red cape. Oh, okay, okay. This is helpful. This is helpful. Okay. All right. So I do have, off to the side here, but I'll put them on stream as I'm using them. I do have a dry palette. Oh, can't see, only see the white hairs. Okay, so it's more of a, like, the white hair, we got the red cape. I think for the cape, I don't think I'm gonna go red per se, but maybe I'll go, like, a brownish red, maybe. Because I don't want it to also be, like, not fit with the theme of the game. But I like using colors that are not, like, greens, browns, even grays and blacks are okay, not for the whole mini. Some of them you're kind of forced to based on the art that they chose, but, because we're playing them on stream, we want the contrast of the mini on the mat, or on the board. So, I have my dry palette, and I also have a wet palette, so if we are using regular army paint colors, I can, use that to save them. So I don't need a lot of this at all, so I'm actually not even gonna put it in the well. I'm just gonna put just a drop of this because she only has just her face and hands are exposed. So off to the side as well, which I won't keep on stream, but I do have two different colored, two different containers of water. I use the glass one for any kind of metallics, and then I use just this plastic just for any other colors. And then I have a different variety of paintbrushes. Again, these are just very generic paintbrushes. I like the packs that you just get on Amazon, that range from 0.5 to 7 or 8. I don't use any of the bigger ones. I think I like going up to like 3. I have 2 3s here. So 3s, I have the 5.0 for the super fine details, and then I have the 3 and the 2 that I like for depending on the size. So those are kind of just off to the side as well. So for the for the face and hands, I am going to just use a smaller brush just so that we can keep all that a bubble, just so that we can keep all that where we want it. And if you are painting today, let me know, what are you painting? Nice, because as the weather gets colder outside, it's not so bad to have to, or to stay inside and paint all on a whole Saturday. Oh, gifted an airbrush last week and did my first priming steps today. Was different. I need a bit more practice. Yeah, it is a little bit different. I also find that the miniature model itself, like the prime itself is a little bit different in texture with the airbrush versus the can. And it's a lot thinner, so you can get a lot more of those details with the airbrush, which is awesome. Okay, and then we'll do the same on the hands. This, I apologize. I know that the light kind of blows out the miniature just a little bit until I get some color on it. But I definitely, once I was recommended to get a magnifying glass, I was kind of like, oh, okay, sure. I'd probably just use it for some of the details, you know, when you're doing the small little bits. But now I don't paint without it. And this one just attaches to the table, so I can attach to this table, attach it to another table, which is awesome. And my hands are a little bit shaky. That always happens when I first start painting for the day. So, like, you know, you get that muscle memory back. So maybe it's not good to like start with the smallest little bits of the mini when you first start and my hands are shaking. Also, it's been a little bit since I've done a paint stream, so thank you guys for tuning in. Okay. So we have hands and face done. Looking at the ears. Okay. While that part of the miniature is drying, I do want to, I'm just going to dab. With the speed paints, I don't like to paint in the same area. So because I just did the face, I don't want to do the hair next because I don't want any bleeding from the different colors. So I'm going to leave that and then paint a different section of the miniature. I just need to get a paper towel so I don't drip everywhere. Okay. So I'm thinking of more of greens. Do I do greens? Like, I know I just said I don't, like we shouldn't do greens and browns, but like I don't want to make her like yellow and purple. Don't think that'll fit. But I do have, we'll use camo cloak. And I'm going to use that for the pants. And then maybe like a brown for the shoes. So I'm just going to do the pants. And then I might move on to some of the metal or metallic because I want that to dry so then I can go over top of that with speed paints, or I love actually speed paints over top of metal. I think that looks awesome. So, all right. So just going to use this camo cloak just on the pants. So these speed paints, like one coat and you're good to go. Definitely help when you're painting a lot of minis for some of these games, as you guys know, that have 30, 40 miniatures in a box. You want to paint them all before you can start playing. I found that these speed paints have definitely helped get games to the table faster for me. Okay. So now I'm going to move on to some metals. Now, I don't think for any of these guys I want any kind of a shiny metal. I think I want more of a darker. Let's go with the gunmetal. A little bit of a darker, not as shiny. I also, for all metallics, I don't use the wet palette as well. I also use the dry palette. And I need a brush. Hey, Greg. How you doing? Okay. I also have specific brushes that I use for the metallics. I find, I don't know if it's just me, but I find that they don't hold up as long. And I think that's just metal or like little flakes getting down into here. Even with trying not to, they still do. All right, so on this guy, we're just going to do the tip here with this metal. Looks like the handle is wooden, so we won't do that. Looks like there's some cool design here that maybe we can do in a different color to make it pop out. Oh, Greg says, in between soccer games and wanted to check in. Love watching you paint. Make it look so easy. Oh, thank you so much. Glad you were able to check in. Thank you, I guess. I don't feel like I make it easy. I feel like I watch other people and they make it easy, and I'm just like, how do I do that? I wish I could do that. Oops. As I said, my shaky hands. And it looks like the tip on this side is also metal. Okay. Now he has a crown on his head, which may be difficult to see. And then it looks like a lot of armor. Now, we were recommended based on some images that are within the campaign that he's got more of a white hair. So I'm thinking maybe I'll do that metal as well, but I might do that after I've done the hair so that if I make any mistakes, it's easy to fix because that white or off-white will not cover the silver. So, all right. So we'll do like the shoulder pads. I think I'm even going to do maybe this little piece here. Okay. Trying to see like what's metal and what is actual fabric. Lona, hello, hello. Do I always prime them white? No, it depends on what I'm using. So if I'm using majority speed paint, then yes, I will paint white because the speed paint goes over the white really well. If I'm not, like if let's say it's a mini that is very, very dark colored, then maybe we'll paint it black or prime it black. We do the zenithal sometimes, so I'm doing right now, I'm painting Ice's Vanguard, those ones I did with the zenithal. One thing to note is metal also looks really good over black, any kind of like metallic and metal. So if your mini is majority metal, let's say you're doing like a Warhammer guy that's like mainly metal, priming it in black would be awesome because the metal really pops on black. So it just depends. I also have like a necrotic flesh or green. I think we have like a green color. So if you're doing more of like a goblin or like a zombie, I think it just maybe seems like that because a lot of the times when I'm painting on stream, I'm using the speed paints or majority speed paint. So we are priming them in the white. But we don't always. I think it's really dependent. So one of the things that we do, or like Rob will prime them all for me, but he'll come to me and say like, what colors are you using? So then I'll start doing some research on what I want them to look like. And then he'll prime them according. I think I even have a red primer as well, but I don't think I really use that one. Like if you're doing like a dragon and you want it to be red, it just helps because then you can get that color in all of the crevices and like underneath and stuff too. So it helps. Then you don't have to like just save painting time. I'm just looking and trying to pop out anything that looks like it's armor versus clothes. And I'm probably going to miss some, but I can go back. And I just want to do all of this now so that it can dry. And we can go over it with speed paint. Or wash. Depends on what colors we're looking to get it. Okay. Is anybody doing anything fun? This is Halloween weekend for anybody watching later. Is anyone doing anything fun this weekend? Watching any cool, scary movies? Going to any Halloween parties? Playing any cool Halloween themed games? All right, looks like we have around the arms done. Okay. And it looks like just down the sides here, maybe hard to see, but we definitely have some armor. Oh, Billy says I'm gonna play some Final Girl and get upset with dice rolls. Oh, maybe you'll have some good dice luck. Okay, we'll pray to the dice gods for you. That's awesome. And I do want to play that game. I think it'd be fun. I watch Rob play, and it looks so fun. Looks like a challenge, but fun. And then also he's got the same little piece on the other side. Okay, and then the centerpiece, I don't know. I feel like it is. I feel like it is armor, so let's just do it. And it looks like this last layer is some cloth. I'll just leave that. And then just around the shins, sorry, there's also some armor there. Does anybody that is in the chat, has anybody played through the Spreading War campaign for this game? I'm curious how you found the elephants and was it the trebuchet? I'm wondering like how you guys found that if you've played through it. Is it a fun mechanic? Make the game more fun? I'm looking forward to that. And I kind of hope, because we're playing the Poison Promise first, I'm hoping it does bring some of that into this campaign. Okay. And then I'm just going to do the center thing here. Also in the middle. Now, I don't know if anyone has any ideas, let me know. I don't know what color to do the cloth. Now, I know that someone said the cape was kind of like a reddy brown, which I can do, but I don't want to do the front the same colors. Maybe I just go with more of a solid brown for that. So that it's kind of different. If you have any ideas, I'm open to it. Like, so for like this area and then the layer that's like down here. Got some buckles that we'll do in a minute. Oh, Matthew says, just ordered this expansion figure pack from my friendly local game store. Awesome. Yogi says, I've been distracted too by many other games, waiting for Rob to stream it again. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, Matthew, this figure pack just came out yesterday. Or the release date was yesterday. All right, I think we have pretty much all the metal done on this guy. I think this guy will fit on a holder. Once the figure pack was in stock, a bunch of other pre-order shipped for Yogi. Oh, nice. Okay. Okay, so this guy, so I'm so sorry. It might be hard to see because of the white, but it looks like he does have on the back of him, it looks like this is all armor. And then he is dragon on the underside. So, and then we have the whip. And then we have, I think his crown also will be in this same metal. And I think I'm going to do the same metal. I think I'll do that on these guys so that, again, that can dry. But next week is going to be a giant pile of arrivals. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yogi, what are you most excited for in that pile of arrivals? Leander says, I just saw that you guys are going to play the campaign in a couple days. Finally, the wait is over. I'm so thrilled. Oh, that's so awesome. Yeah, we just scheduled today, so that's on Tuesday. So if you were not here in the beginning of the stream, make sure you set your reminder for that. We're going to start the newest campaign. Again, not the Spreading War, the Poison Promise is what we're going to start on Tuesday with Kyle. So it's gonna be awesome to get that back to the table. And now I have to crack the whip and get these done so that we can have them ready for Tuesday. Yeah, I'm actually really excited. I do really, really love the campaigns for Journeys to Middle-earth. Definitely a lot of fun. I'm gonna do the handle in a different color, again, just for some contrast. Make sure we got everything. Abby says, I sounded like such an idiot on the phone. I told them I wanted the figure pack in the expansion box, and they were like, the figure pack is the expansion. No, that's fair. They shouldn't treat you like that, though. That's not nice. They should be welcoming to people that want to purchase things from their store. So for this guy, kind of thinking that what I'll do is, figured that would happen at some point. What I want to do is I'm going to do the main dragon in a gray. And then on the underside, I want to do some very light red, almost like it's flying over fire, a little bit of light red on the underside and a little bit darker on the tops of the wings. Kind of what my goal is for him. I'm afraid to break this guy. We're going to do like this. All right. Now we'll do the armor. That's all here on the dragon. It even looks like over top of his face as well. There's like a plate that is sitting on top of his head. weird when they don't have like a solid base that I can put on. I'm afraid to break like these little things. Just gonna have to hold it strange. Very textured, the underside of this dragon. Alrighty. All right, so he's got his armor. I'm just looking, I think that he has a little bit of a chest plate as well, and a little bit of armor around the arms. Okay. Put it on the same on the other side. Okay, I'm just gonna do a slow piece across the chest. Okay, I think we are done. I'm not focusing with the metal. Alrighty, I'm gonna put it back on here though just to dry. All right. Go back to our dwarf. Still having my morning tea. Okay, we're gonna go with a reddish hair, but I want to do a little bit of red and the fire orange mix. Oh, not this red, not this red. This one. A little bit of these two, the blood red and fire giant orange, a little bit mixed together. I feel like when I've done this in the past, it kind of gives a little bit more depth than just like a solid red. I have a well that has some red in it, so I'm just gonna put a drop of each of these in there. Actually, like not even a full drop of the orange. Yogi, yes, with the pizza, pineapple pizza love. One of the things I like to do with the speed paints is I like to kind of like run it up the well, and I can kind of see the color-ish. They dry a little bit differently, but I can kind of see the color that I'm working with, especially if I mix colors. Sometimes when you look at it in the well, it's hard to tell what the color will actually look like. She also looks like she has a headband, which I will worry about after. So if I get it, I'll maybe use like a metal or something on like metallic. So I'm not going to worry, and I probably will get it on her headband. That's okay. With the speed paint, it's actually running very nicely and stopping at the headband. Oh, Yogi says, my sister is hosting a Halloween party for a bunch of 2-year-olds tomorrow. Maybe I'll get some pizza. Well, if it's for 2-year-olds, they're probably not serving pineapple pizza. Maybe. Yogi, does that mean that you won't be watching our stream tomorrow? Our Arkham stream? Sorry, that was a bad angle for 1 minute. Okay, and then I'm just going to do down the braids. Oh, don't be crazy. Okay, good, good, good. I was worried for a second. Oh, the 2-year-olds will be asleep by then. Okay, perfect. Perfect. And you'll also probably have a massive headache. All right, so we got our hair done. There is some what looks like it might be hard to see, like around the hood. Yeah, it's hard to see, but it looks like there's some maybe fur. I was like, is that hair? But I think it's just like a fur. Maybe I'll do that in like a brown so that it's very different from the red hair. Alrighty. Let's do the cape. Actually, let's do the boots first. For the boots, I'm going to use hardened leather, if I can find it. I'm going to use the hardened leather for the boots. Oh, you don't have to live with any of them. Okay, okay, good. That's good. That's good. Candy says, I try to think of what would be the most horrific thing to dress up for as Halloween. Something to strike fear into the hearts of everyone who saw my costume. And then it hit me, pineapple pizza. No. Pineapple pizza is so good. I can't remember, Kenji. Tell me, you have tried it and you are still not a fan, or you are just grossed out by the thought of it and will never try it? I can't remember. I saw in the board game Facebook groups, there's a couple people that are posting some funny, like board game related costumes. Oh, you've tried it 3 times and it's awful. Okay. Okay. Interesting. I'm glad you gave it 3 times. Like, that's a good amount to then be able to say, I don't like this. Instead of like a one time, might have just been a bad experience, maybe not cooked properly. Kevin, hello. Yogi also says, plus I need my monthly dose of Rob complaining about something that I've done. We have to try the decks tonight. We haven't even played yet. Beetle Paper Cut, hello. Ah, dang it. I just bought the module on Steam, but didn't realize there was a figure pack as well. I'm gonna stop by my local FLG and see if they have it. Oh, hopefully they do. It just came out yesterday, so hopefully they do. And it is only 3 figures, so hopefully you can get those painted up quickly if you paint them. Again, using the speed paints, you can do it pretty quickly. Nikos, hello from Greece. Hello from Canada. Welcome. Maybe Kenji made it 3 times incorrectly. Like, again, maybe we'll have to ask him if he made it or if he ordered it or something, or someone else made it for him. Kenji can comment on that. It's not meant to be raw. No, no, you gotta cook it. And you gotta eat it with the right toppings. For sure. Not just like sauce, cheese, and pineapple. Gotta be the right toppings on it. Also, making it at home is not as good as buying. Like having it made from a pizza place, I think. Whenever I add it on pizza that we make at home, it's never as good. Okay. They're done. I am going to go with, for the cape itself, I'm going to go with this dark wood. It's like a very dark brown. And then I'm going to use the same hardened leather for the fur that's around to make it a little bit lighter. Never made it at home. Okay, I see, I see. Funny. It's crazy how much of a debate that topic can start, eh? I'm just going to use this, move to a bigger brush, and we're just going to do this cape in this dark brown. I'm going to be careful again around the fur, as I want to use the lighter speed paint on that. Now, I don't remember, I'll have to check. I don't remember what color I did the bases for the characters. Check that. I did it like a dark gray or a black so that I can make her base the same color. Oh, you back 20 strong. Okay, okay. Why? Tell me why. Oh, we blame Kanji for that? Nicholas says, how do you like these speed paints? I heard they are meant to be better than the GW ones. So now I have never used the GW ones to compare, so I can only talk on the speed paints themselves, and I definitely really, really like them. They're definitely one coat and done, which is great for getting 30 or 40 miniatures in a box done in a relatively decent time so you can start playing. Their coverage is very good, I think. I like their color range. They mix very well together, so if there's a color you don't have, like if you just buy the base set or the littler set, I can't remember exactly the name of it, you don't get as many colors, but you can mix them and make whatever colors you want, which is awesome. You don't necessarily need to use washes. You can use washes over top of them, but you don't need to. They highlight up very nice so that just saves you time. Yeah, for me, they're like just a big time saver, I think. I painted pretty much all of Familiar Tales with the speed paints, all of the Sleepy Hollow with the speed paint, like completely. Maybe just some metals or golds. But yeah, I definitely really, really like them. Well, as my speed paint bottles run out, I will definitely be picking up more. And I don't know much about it yet. Rob was just mentioning this morning, but they are looking at adding more colors to the line. So definitely a good product, I think. But again, I never use the GW to compare which is better. I can just speak to these specific ones. And I have painted using them on stream multiple times. Oh, I'm also using them for a lot of the bosses in Oathsworn. Not so much for the characters. I'm doing the characters a little bit more detailed, but for most of the bosses in Oathsworn, I'm using the speed paints just to get through them faster. Obviously, there's what? Oh, I missed the whole section there. There is like 21 chapters in that game, so lots of minis, big minis too. And even with the speed paints, like I feel like they pick up detail really well, and then you can go over them. So you could do like your base coat with a speed paint and then go over that speed paint with other colors to highlight. So for example, this cape that we just did is just in that solid brown. I can use additional colors to pop that out and like highlight and bring more depth to the cape. I don't need to. It'll depend on like what aesthetic you're going for or what game you're painting or how much detail, how much time you want to spend. So I definitely really like them, and I will definitely be continuing to purchase these as my speed paints run out. And I did, Army Painter did send me both the, what is it called? Why am I forgetting? The little set that has 10, and then the other one that has like 20 or 25 in them. To send me both sets. And I will definitely be purchasing more as these run out. And I think like my wood brown, this one definitely I use a ton, and we'll be needing a new one of these ones eventually. I really, really like this wood brown. I think I used it for trees or Osworn for some of the houses in Osworn. And you don't need a ton, so they do last a long time. Alrighty. I'm gonna let that dry for a minute so that I can do the other hardened leather around the fur on the top. I'm not yet sure what color I'm going to do the jacket that she's wearing. I'm not really sure at the moment. So we'll think on that. Okay. While I have that dark wood, I am just going to do the handle of his spear with that. Very high. Glad you're doing some more painting. Nice. Thank you. Thank you. On stream anyways. Yes, I definitely am doing tons off stream that I wish eventually one of our, hopefully we can have like a separate painting station. The problem is like this is like our game table, and Rob has like rearranged it all so that we can film painting. It's not, you can't, it's not as it's not the same as filming like board gaming. So hopefully one day, and then I'll be able to just do it more regularly or more infrequent. Let's say I'm just painting something on a Friday night, I could just turn on the camera. That's kind of like eventually where we hope to get to. But yeah, I definitely have been painting. Like I said, I painted all of Familiar Tales, painted Sleepy Hollow, painted so I painted Boss 6. I think 6 is what we're playing on next weekend. You can set a reminder for those of you that are interested in our Osworn. I also painted 2 or 3 more characters, can't remember. So we could make some character swaps. We don't have to, but we could. We have them available now, a couple. And I'm going to be working on Boss 7 next. I'm also painting ISS Vanguard. So I didn't realize that there was, we just like primed them up. And then as I was looking more into painting them, I didn't realize that there was, like there's 8 characters, but it's really 4. And you have the male and female version. Or 2 versions of the same character. So I've painted, kind of like base painted up 4 of them, 2 and 2. So I just have to do a lot of details on them. And then hopefully I can get the other 2 of those done soon. So still a lot of painting that's happening behind the scenes. But yes, definitely would love to get back to painting more regularly on stream if it wasn't such a pain for Rob to change everything around to do that. And then we have to even put like these boards down so I don't ruin any part of the table if I spill anything. But yeah, one day I'll have like a little paint room. Jerry, hi. Are you talking about highlighting with a dry brush over the speed paint? Because I was concerned with reactivation when putting a speed paint over another speed paint. How does that work? So I don't ever put speed paint over speed paint per se. I will put speed paint over other colors. So for example, I'll put speed paint over this metal. I'll put a wash over speed paint, but quickly, like I won't keep rubbing into. So let's pretend on here I wanted to even darken it or change the color slightly. So I took a wash. I would take a lot of wash and quickly wash it in. I'm not just going to keep going over the same area. If I make a mistake with speed paint, I usually just kind of leave it because you are correct. If you try to fix like even this, like I'll show you here. So see in this spot here where I've missed, I'll just take it and kind of just dab it in because I don't want to brush and pull the paint off of any other areas. So you are right. I don't put speed paint over speed paint. I have used wash over speed paint and it does work. But again, I don't keep like rubbing over the same spot because I feel like that would pull the paint away. I have used other paints. So for example, if I were to highlight like a thin layer and I just wanted to go over some of the higher up edges, I've done that before. And that's just with, if I, let's say, took a brown, let's say I took this one, this oak brown, and I wanted to kind of highlight that up. I've done that with no problems. So I don't know. I guess it's just trial and error on what works for that. But yes, I would not put speed paint over speed paint because then that does reactivate. I wonder if it's like the chemicals within the speed paint itself that causes the reactivation because I don't really notice it. Like if I put a wash over something, I don't really notice anything. So I don't know. Nico says, thanks. I saw some reviews. They seem solid, but looking forward to seeing these minis finished also. Big fan of Journeys to Middle Earth and looking to buy Shadow Path to complete the collection. Addictive game. Yeah, definitely an addictive game. I definitely really enjoy the game. I do have other minis too that I've painted that I don't have any of them down here that are fully painted with speed paints to see, like, to show you what the finished product is. But I definitely really, really like them. And I'm even, you can see, like, obviously I'm chatting and stuff too, but I'm a slow painter. So these definitely help speed me up a little bit, especially when not on stream. Like I said, you can take it as in-depth as you want, right? You can do just one coat of the speed paint and be completely done. Like table ready, like varnish them up so that you don't chip any of the paint off and you're good to go. Or you can spend time and highlight them, detail them, pull other colors and, you know, make them look however you want, which is what I like about these. Playing solo with 3 characters, I need a machine to auto shuffle the cards. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, they have like card shufflers, but I don't think for those little tiny cards. Hope they're sleeved. Yeah, so Yogi's going back to the ISS Vanguard. So I only need 4 of them, but then part of me is like, I want them to be in the similar color scheme. So I figure I might as well just paint them both together, like the both versions of the character together, which is kind of just what I'm doing. And 8 characters is not terrible. And because I knew that we'd already had our weekend scheduled for this weekend, and I think we have also one scheduled for next weekend, so I knew I didn't need to finish this weekend. I mean, obviously, the sooner we finish, we can start playing off stream, but paint room elf, yeah, somebody that can prepare a space in my house, an elf that can prepare a space in my house. And with adequate lighting and camera. All right. Next, I'm going to go for this orcs skin. Sorry. No, I guess I'll do that piece in the brown too. Never mind. Sorry. Elaine, hello. I use glasses to paint. I see you use a different light magnifying thing. It looks like it may be screwed to the table type. I know it, I don't know what the brand is. I don't think there's a brand listed on it anywhere. It was just on Amazon. There's no branding on it, and it just has a clip, like one of those clips that you can kind of turn the I don't know what those things are called. You know, it's got like the two balls on the end, and you can turn that piece, and it tightens to the table, so I can put it to this table or the other table that I paint on easily. And it's a 5 times. It has a LED light because so it doesn't get hot, and the magnifying is this piece inside is glass, not plastic. Those are the things that I was looking for in one, and I definitely like it. We were talking recently, Rob and I, about the glasses. I don't know because I just really like these. So I guess if I was painting in an area where I couldn't clip this to the table, then maybe the glasses would work. But I just really like this. Like I said, once I got this, I initially thought, oh, I'm only going to use it here and there. You know, when I'm painting the details on a mini or like the small little, you know, maybe like the eyes. And I definitely turned it into painting the entire mini, even big bosses. Even when I did like the houses and the trees, like the terrain from Oathsworn, I still put it under here. You can see those details pop out a lot better. Pieces look bigger, so it's easier to like color in the lines. So I hope that helps you. And I think, I can't even remember the price, so I can't even tell you, but it definitely was not expensive. But yeah, those are the few things that I was looking for. The glass, not plastic, and LED so it's not hot, because like I'll keep my hands under here for hours. I don't want it to be hot. And it just has it just plugs in like USB. So, okay. Have I opened the Drunagor minis yet? No. No, no, no. I have not. I have not. I don't even know how many minis are in that box. Gary, you can tell me, but it's probably a lot, right? 40 at least. Maybe after ISS Vanguard is done, I can start, after ISS Vanguard is done, I can start on that in between Oathsworns. Okay. Actually, quickly before I'm going to just jump back to this one. Before I do the orc skin, I'm going to jump back here. And now that this brown is dry, while I still have my hardened leather in my palette, it's not dry yet. I don't want to waste any paint. What's this one? Yeah. I'm just going to quickly go over this fur. And I apologize. That's why I said at the beginning, I'm going to be like jumping back and forth just so I don't waste paint. And I just like to have the other sections, so the hair and the back of the cape, dry before using another speed paint in the same area, just so that I don't have that color bleed together. Oh, a lot of small ones are hard to find the details. Oh, that's where these kind of things come in for me anyways. Like I wish I had this when painting those Destiny's minis that are like the size of like a fingernail. Yogi says, "You have so many minis to paint, just have to play card game campaign." I know, right? Like, I wonder which one we should play. It's kind of like a double-edged sword. So for me, and I was even talking to my daughter about this, like I enjoy painting. It's fun. I find it relaxing. I love the finished products. So for me, I really like I enjoy it. But then it's that double-edged sword. So we will purchase a game or get a game from Kickstarter that comes in, or just like our friendly local game store orders come in. And then you look at it and you pull all those minis out of the box and you're like, I want to play with painted minis because it looks awesome and it's fun. And I also want to paint the minis, but I also want to play the game. And then once you start painting the game, you can't now all of a sudden be like, I'm going to play with half and half. So I have to paint it and finish it. But then now the next game comes in and you're like, oh, I want to play that one next. But I'm in the middle of painting this game and this game. So like, what do I do? So yeah, and then Rob can't schedule streams until I'm at least close enough that he knows I'll be done. So yeah, it's a fun little game that we play. And then he doesn't ever want to put like pressure of like, oh, quick, we're doing this on da da da. So he lets me kind of guide it where I'm like, okay, I can have this painted by this day. Okay, so now we're going to the orc skin. So I'm going to use orc skin, but I'm going to put the tiniest amount of gray in it to darken it. I don't want it to be like, I don't know the wording. I don't want it to be like a bright green. And now this orc skin isn't a bright green or anything, but just out of the bottle, that's not the color that I want. A little bit of a darker, a little bit more of like a dingy color. You can see it is kind of, if I just kind of bring that up, that's not like what I'm looking for. So I'm just going to add this tiny, tiny, tiny bit. And what I'm going to do is for this Gravelord Gray, which I'm going, for this Gravelord Gray, which I'm going to use on something else, I'm going to put this separate in this well. I'm going to use it for something else as well. So, and then I'm going to bring in the amount that I want. I'm just going to keep kind of, because if I put a drop in, it may be more than I want. So I find this is easier to kind of control. There we go. No, let's do one more. Okay. And then this will go on the hands and face. And this is still a little bit too bright. I'll probably end up putting a wash over it just to darken it a little bit. And I'm putting it like right in his mouth and everything. And what I'll do is pull those teeth out later instead of trying to have to go around. Can't wait to see what characters you might swap to. Oh, I'm thinking about the Blade and the Huntress. So I don't know if we will. I have, like I said, I did 2, maybe 3 more characters. I don't know if we'll swap to them. I guess we'll have to look at like our party makeup as a whole, but I don't think I painted the Huntress. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I don't think I painted the Huntress yet. I'm doing them in the order they are in the book. What did I do? I think I did do the Blade though. I think I did the Blade and the Cure. Is that who I did? I can't remember. Okay. Like I said, I'm not 100% happy with how green he is. I'm going to have to use some wash, I think, to adjust that, but we'll see when it dries. Maybe once we put the whole mini together, it'll flow better. Okay. So we're going back to our dragon. So I'm going to use this Gravelord Gray on the mountain, little rock mountain here, and the underbelly. But before I do the underbelly of the dragon, I'm going to lighten it a little bit more. So I'm going to use it straight out of the bottle. Sorry, straight out of the bottle for the mountain piece at the bottom. And then the underbelly, I will lighten it before I do that. Actually, I'm going to take him off again. I'm afraid to break it. And then this one, I'm just going to actually just do upside down. And just let it run down. Yogi, what chapter are you on in Oathsworn? I know you took kind of a little bit of a break, right? Because you were playing Ice with Vanguard. Paige, I'm not sure if you're still here, but I know that you have finally started playing Oathsworn. How are you liking it? I'm gonna go try to go carefully around this plastic piece. If I get it on, I'm sure it'll like wipe off. Oh, he paused at 11. Okay. Playing both once a week, 2-player. Oh, and I think you said you're playing same game with the same player, right? The same 2 players, you and someone else. Okay, and then all the flat pieces I will paint in like a gray myself once this all dries. Not using the speed paint. Like that. Looks good, looks good. If you had kidnapped the other player, you would have both finished. Nice, nice. Yeah, usually not good to kidnap somebody, so you have to let them come on their own, right? Okay. Now I'm gonna add a little tiny bit of the Holy White speed paint to the Gravelord Gray that I already have, and I just want to lighten it just a tad. I will try to do some dry brushing and highlighting of the underbelly separate, but I do want to just kind of lighten it up a little bit. And I'm just gonna, this looks like it's a little bit built up on the bottom. Oh, we need a little more of the Gravelord Gray. They still want to be kind of like a dark gray, but just lighter than this mountain itself. All right. The whole dragon will actually be this color, and then we'll use some highlighting. Let's just start under here first. Kind of annoying without a base. There's also a harness that we'll use a different color for so that it'll pop out. Just going over the nails with the same color just for speed's sake, but I will take a different paint color later and fix that. Love the way the speed paint picks up the details in the tail and the scales. I'm trying not to get any paint on this plastic, but I feel like if I do, it should be easily wiped off. Oh, poke me. Adam says, how did you prime that piece without getting it all over the clear part? There's a little bit on the clear part, like under, but it's fine. I'm gonna get that off after. But Rob he said it took a very, very long time. And he did it with an airbrush, so I know he was like holding it and doing it in a certain section and then had to let it dry. And yeah, but he said it was very difficult. I'm trying not to get any paint on that clear part either, but if I do, I'll just wash it off later. I'm trying to think of how, like while I'm painting this, how I will do the wings of this dragon so that they're different and kind of stand out from the miniature itself, which is kind of like a dark color. I think I had, one second, let me show you something. I had a couple, like I was kind of looking into it before. Kind of like, I will use some dry brushing if I follow like this to kind of lighten the underbelly. And it looks like the wings are almost the same color with a little bit of just dry brushing or darkening of like the veins within the wings. Yeah, like if you look at this, like it's all the same color. Oh, where did my, so Even this one, like, again, yeah, the wings are the same color, but then I look at this and I'm like, okay, that'd be kind of cool if I can do some like red dry brushing underneath to make it look like he's like over top of fire. Something like that. I don't know. Kind of what I'm thinking. But then the Witch King that's riding him is also very similar in color. So I'm just kind of trying to figure out how to make them stand out from each other. All right. And let that dry for now. I also looks like I missed one little section of the armor, so I'll fix that. I don't think I have. Oh, I do. Okay. All right, I think we'll let that dry. I will put it on the stand as I think it'll be easier to dry that way. Okay. Now, I think we'll go back to our dwarf. Dwarf is coming along nicely, almost done. For some time saving, because I already have certain colors, I would like to use colors that I already have. I'm going to do the handle of her sword. Mm, there we go. I'm going to do the handle of her sword with this little Gravelord gray and the holy white mixture that I already have, just so I don't have to pull out another paint. Okay. And then around her head, the headband that she's wearing, I'm going to use the oak brown that I already have. No, that one is dried up. That one is dried up. So we'll add a little bit more of the, the dark wood. And I'll use that for her headband. I'm just messing with. Is Kyle playing through this one with you? Yes. Yes, he will be playing with us on our Tuesday nights. Or whatever night he's available. Okay, got her headband. I'm gonna do her belt the same color. And I'm just thinking about the color of the jacket. You know what the heck, let's just do this bag this color too, just while I have it out. I'm thinking another kind of green maybe for the jacket, so. Then that bag will stand out. And I'll do the clasps and that after it's all dried. Okay. Sweet. So then it looks like for her, other than some detail, I just need to do the sword. What's that called? Like a heath? And then the jacket, which I want to let the belt and bag dry for that. I do a little bit of detail on the boots as well there, depending on time. Okay. We're going to go back here. While we have that wood, dark wood, I want to do the buckles that are around that are holding those shin guards in place. Sorry if you can't see this for one sec, just doing the insides. Okay, and same thing on the other side. And then just connect them on this side. And again, it's kind of under the cape, so it doesn't have to be perfect. Okay. So as we were told at the beginning of the stream, he has like a whitish hair, like a gray hair. So let's go with the Holy White. And I just have that in the center here. Might be a play as well. Use this Holy White on the wings and then just use dry brushing to bring out the different areas of the wings. I'm gonna think on that. And it'll be a lot lighter. And we can use dry brushing to bring out whatever colors we want easier. Yeah, I think I might do that after seeing this, at least for the underside. Make it a lot lighter. All right. Because then if I use this, like the underside of the wings will look like a much lighter color. I could even add probably like tiny bit of like a tiniest bit of that gray. Yeah, I think that might work. That might work. All right. And I'll do his crown again, or his crown once I'm done, or his hair is dried. So yeah, let's do this so that the wings can dry on this guy. Let's add, I probably should have done it in a well, but that's fine. Let's add just wasn't thinking that that's what I would do. Okay. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna start with it on the underside of the wings. We'll go from there if I like it. I'm gonna hold on to this one first. Because this is gonna be lighter than the color of the body, so we'll have a little bit of contrast. It's not gonna be all the same color. And then we'll be able to add some dry brush after it's dry. And then I can, all of the like the veins I can do darker. I think then they'll stand out more too. And even on that, if we did the same color on the top of the wing, I can even use a wash over it to darken even more. Okay, yeah. What I'm gonna do though is, I probably have enough. I probably have enough for the other wing. And then I'll move it into, a well after. And I have to make more. I'll lay it down for a second. Oops. See if we can make a similar color again. All right. That's good enough. Okay. I will put him now back on his base to do the top. The most boring part of watching someone paint is like big, large areas. That's all the same color. All right. Just see if any of these little edges I missed. Okay. I already like that because I feel like it definitely gives a little bit of contrast to the miniature. And then hopefully once I add a little bit of dry brushing and then do like the veins as well, it'll add a little more detail to that part. All right. Let him dry. I'm gonna again push him a little bit more back because he messes with my focus. I think we're just gonna finish her up because she's just about done. Let's use this Gravelord Gray that I already have here for this little piece right here of the weapon. Okay. Don't have any metal, but I'm just gonna grab, for this one I'm gonna grab the, no, for this one I'm gonna grab the plate mail metal. I'm just gonna do a few small details on her. Well, this one is not, it's clogged. I'll unclog that later. Okay. Just have some metal. Just do a little bit of the detail. adding a little bit of detail to the boots. Okay. Then I'm going to take this oak brown. I'm going to actually use this on my wet palette because I may need a little more of this later. And I'm just going to go around the rims of the boot. Adding like small details, and I'm also just waiting for the black to dry in there so I can do the green jacket. It's just small detail, but I feel like when I'm using the speed paints, I have a little bit of extra time. I can do those kind of small details that just kind of make it look like you took a little bit longer on the mini than you did. All right. So for her jacket, let's see what greens I have. Let me just go camo cloak on that too. I want to do like orc. I want to do brown because I've done the browns around the cape. Yeah, we're going to just go again with this camo cloak. I'll try to just do some detailing around the bottom of the jacket. I think the belt and purse actually break it up a little bit too, which is good. Okay. Just on the underside, I need to do some black here. Okay. She's pretty much done. I could do a little bit of detailing around like the bottom, but again, it's not needed. Oh, the only other thing I want to do is put a wash on that on the sword. But again, this is just table ready. More detail could be done, but I'm not going to just for speed and time. But I will do a quick, you know what? Let's just use, I have Gravelord Gray already out, which I don't mind to use on as like a wash on weapons. It kind of just darkens them down a little bit. So I'll just throw that on here, kind of acts as a wash. Again, I like to use the colors I already have out if available, just to waste less paint. Okay. Might highlight that sword once it's fully dry, but oh, and I am gonna do just a little bit of detail. Looking like it's holding the feet together. All right. Technically, she's good to go. I cannot remember. I need to look, so I might not be able to do the bases on stream, but again, that doesn't matter. I just can't remember what colors did the bases and what colors I did the enemies in this game, and I want it to all kind of match. So she's technically done. So we'll just let her get off to the side here and dry. This guy, I'm going to use that plate mail metal on his crown now that the hair is dry. And then his cape is kind of like a reddy brown. I think they said it was kind of red. So I will use some red and brown mixed together. So the dark wood and the blood red. I had some red in this one. Might even have, no, that's kind of drying. Oh, I was going to drop one, but it dropped two, so it might be too brown, but let's see what happens. Nope, that is not brown enough. One more, one more. It's not a science. I just like have colors in my head and just try to make them. Okay. So I don't want to be like super bright. All right. Now that looks more red looking at the screen than it does looking at it in person. So I feel like this is going to dry a lot darker. Yeah, this looks brighter on the screen. Matthew, thank you. Matthew says you're doing a wonderful job, Mel. You are so patient with Rob. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, look what I did. This. All right, we'll do all the inside now. It was hard getting underneath everything without touching other pieces of the mini. Again, this looks a lot darker than it does on the screen. The screen looks a little bit brighter. Okay. Started some more glue and a bunch of other stuff ended up in my cart. Oh, Yogi. Okay. I'm gonna fix up a little bit of the hair. There we go. Okay. So, still trying to figure out. Okay. I'm not really sure. Trying to figure out what color to do his cloth and stuff other than the red. Okay, this guy, he is very dark. I think I had photos of him. One second. The Witch King. So you can see here, very dark, very dark. Even this is, oh, I'm clicking not on screen. Here, very, very dark. So I'm thinking maybe I use more of like a grim black, so it's a little bit darker than the gray. I'm kind of thinking that's what I'll do. I always find it difficult when a lot of the mini is similar color of trying to figure out how to vary the color so you can kind of see all of the parts. So, these away. Let's use the Grim Black. I'm going to start with this for sure on his cape. And then I'm going to see, I might just use this on his legs as well. Serves me right for knocking over a box of minis. Oh yeah, I saw in the Discord that you said you knocked over your KDM minis. Okay, let's put this on here just so I can angle this to do the cape. And I'm hoping that this is enough of a contrast from the base of the dragon to his cape. So we'll see when it dries. I might have to use some washing in that to play with the colors, like darken things or lighten things. I do want to lighten the dragon up a little bit with some dry brush. So if I leave this guy super dark and then lighten the dragon, it might be good to go. You have them all individually wrapped in bubble wrap in a box. Oh, wow. Are they all painted? Because you have to like glue them all together, right? Let's try to do this and hope it doesn't fall out. Oh, yeah, you have painted them all? Just have to reglue some of them now. Oh, not a big issue. Okay, good. Oh, that's why you're buying the glue, and then mystery things or magical things just jump in your cart, right? All right. Yeah, we're just gonna go with this in between all of the armor. And we're gonna use this in where the face would be, kind of like a dark hole. A little bit of armor on the leg that I missed. I'm just leaving the shins and feet. And then just put that messy under there. I don't care. Can't see under there anyways. And that's a bit of the harness. We'll do that later. Okay. I feel like it is different enough. I mean, it is what it is. Grays, there's only so many variations of black and grays. Okay, let him dry. And while that's happening, I'm just going to quickly do the legs that I missed. And I'm going to put a wash over all this metal as well. And then I'm just going to take my mixture for my dragon and just do the underside of the face. Inside the mouth is okay because I can pull the teeth out later. I'm thinking maybe I'll get like a matte black, like a, yeah, matte black paint, and I'll do that for the harness because I feel like doing like a brown or like a wood cut, like, yeah, like a brown or a hardened leather or something like that might look strange. If I do like a matte black. Oh, and I left. Okay. You're gonna let that dry. While that's drying, I will come back to this guy and I just have to do his clothes. Oh, look at this. What I did here. Got red all over that, so I'll touch that up. You can see, like, looks like it's drying darker, not as a bright red. I probably should have cleaned up some of that pooling, but it's fine. It's fine. Okay, so I'm gonna work on his clothing. But I am just really quickly going to change my water cups, run to the bathroom, and I will be right back. Okay, we're back. We're going to work on the cloth. And I was thinking of the Grim Black. I think that'll be a good contrast from the cape. So I already have the Grim Black in one of the wells from before, so I'm just going to use that. And I'm just going to put it on all of this and then around the legs as well. I think once I put the wash on the metals as well, that will make that stand out. Oh, it almost looks like it's chain link underneath the arms now that I'm painting it. That is cool. I'm not happy with the orc skin color, but see what I can do about that. Or I might change my mind once it's fully done. Okay, and then I'm going to do the same on the bottom. Elko, hello. If it wasn't for this stream, I wouldn't have known there is a figure pack, but is it still available? But it's still not available in Europe. Oh, I'm sorry. It just came out yesterday, so maybe soon. Oh, somebody else said that too. They came in and was like, "Oh, I just bought the DLC of this and didn't know there was a figure pack." I'm glad it would be of help. I don't love that they do it this way either, like especially because they say in the article that these minis enhance Poison Promise, which is the new DLC, and then Spreading War, which is the last big box. But like, throw these little minis in there. I don't know. I'm liking the way that looks. They would have been cardboard tokens in the old Imperial Assault release model. I mean, is that better or worse? I don't know. Probably worse, actually. I'd rather have the minis. But it just sucks because you play through Spreading War and it's like, use a suitable replacement probably for, like, let's say this guy. Like, wait, what? But since we haven't played Spreading War, when we actually do, after the Poison Promise DLC, we'll be able to actually have the miniature when it says grab the miniature, which I think is another reason that Rob wasn't super, like, we weren't super urgent to play through that one. Okay. So he's fully based. I do want to do some dry brush or some wash for sure on all of the metal. Because right now he's very shiny and Orc Battle wouldn't look so shiny, so. Okay. He's pretty good. We'll let him fully dry before we do any kind of detailing or anything. All right. This guy. This guy, this guy. So 2 things that I'll start with is I'll do a dry brush. I'll do a wash on all of the metal. And then I also will take some matte black and all of the harness that's holding this rider, Witch King on the Foul Beast, we will do in like a matte black. So that'll pop out on there. So I'm going to start with a wash. I'm going to get another tray going. And for all the metal on him, I'm going to use this dark tone. We want to darken it up, make it dingy. Okay, so he's going to use dark wash on all of the metal. Just straight out, we're not going to lighten it or anything. Nazgul Mini looks great. Thank you so much. Thank you. Then we also have another dwarf or another character who is ready for battle. Again, just using speed paints, quick, get them table ready. I also use speed paints on all of the other Spreading War, and I can't remember when I started using the speed paint, so I don't know. It's probably not for the entire Journeys to Middle-earth, but the last little bit I've been using the speed paint, so I'm trying to keep it kind of like the same, so they all look the same on the board, or like the same aesthetic. This one I'm hoping I can make it turn out how I envision it to look. I'll just go around and clean up any obvious pooling that maybe looks strange. Okay. And we're going to do the same thing with all the metal on the Witch King. And I'm going a little bit heavier handed on it so that it kind of like heavy pools in areas and really adds that contrast. Okay. We're going to add the same wash on all of the metal here as well. Because I honestly believe they will eventually issue a big box expansion covering story from Lord of the Rings trilogy. You think? Well, if they keep releasing it, we will keep playing it because we really enjoy this game. I didn't fix that. Okay. Looks so much better once you start adding the wash to the metal so it's not so shiny. I'm going to put this wash underneath as well too, just because it looks like there's a little bit of like chain link armor or like, you know, like the chainmail underneath the arms. So that will just kind of fill those in. And then the head piece. Oh, Journey's Middle Earth is done. Did they say that? I know they're done with Mansions of Madness, but I didn't know if they were done with Journey's Middle Earth too. Okay, so he is done. I mean, can do some detailing on some of the armor. Need to do his teeth. At least he's not 100% done, but oh, look at that missing spot. Okay. He's pretty much done. So let's add him here. We might do a few more details as we're waiting for things to dry on this guy, but this is our final focus. So I'm next going to take the matte black. I'm going to take the matte black and I'm going to do all of the harness. Angie, thank you so much. Thank you. What are you painting today? I'm assuming, if I had to guess, it'll be Oathsworn. Oh, I should have put that on my palette, my wet palette, but that's okay. Oh, chapter 4 boss. Nice. Nice. I've painted up to 6. My next one is 7. That'll do. Angie, thank you so, so much. Always great work and a fun hangout. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Your support is very kind. Thank you. And because I'm a slow painter, it ends up being a longer hangout than most, I'm sure. Mind you, technically, like 3 hours. These guys are done enough. And then this guy, we're just going to do some like extra detail. Technically, he could be almost done, but I just find him too plain. So not terribly. 3 minis in 3 hours, and they're pretty much done. Still feel like it's too slow, but Angie, thank you again. Thank you. I definitely think that that black definitely stands out as the harness, so that's good. I'll do the same on this side. So funny, every dragon I want to paint red, just instinctively. I think that's why I want to put some red dry brush underneath. Matthew, thank you, says, indeed. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. Then I don't have to do paint these minis alone. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support as well. Definitely go to some more new paint as my bottles empty, or new brushes as I need them. So thank you so much. Oh, it's not slow. Minis look fantastic. Thank you so much. I think I mean slow for speed paint. Like speed paint, probably people could do, and probably could if I just slap it on, like finish a mini in like 30 minutes. But we're also hanging out, chatting, detail. I've gotten better from when I first started, like my first few paint streams where I was like, would paint like one character in like 4 hours. And I probably still wasn't even done. At least now I can finish like a couple in a stream. I need to just angle this weird because I need to do this inside part. But again, thank you guys for just watching and hanging out, because if nobody was watching or hanging out with me, then I would just do it by myself and I wouldn't stream. So thank you to you guys. Yeah, I need to come up with a way to make it so that it's easier to stream, so that no matter I'm painting, or if it's just like a random night, I can just start painting live, like whatever it is I'm in the middle of. Which King of Angmar always gave me more creep than Sauron? Says Velko. He's pretty terrifying, that's for sure. That's not. I think that piece there is yeah. I thought that this was part of the harness, but it looks like it's just part of him, so. Okay. I feel like that harness kind of stands out a little bit, so that's good. Okay, now we're gonna start doing some dry brushing, I think. Oh, actually, what I'll do first is all of the veins. Let me work on those first before I dry brush anything. And what I'm going to do for that is I'm going to, again, take the matte black. I'm going to water it down a tad. And I'm going to use that because I want it to be dark and stand out. I'm going to do that actually on my wet palette. I'm going to add even more water. Which I just have a little dropper bottle that has fresh water in it. Whenever I want to add more water to my paint, because the glasses get kind of dingy and I don't want to be using that water. Okay. Okay. The veins under the wing, I'm going to do in more of a lighter, in more of a gray, not with the black, because I want the top to be a little bit darker and the bottom to be lighter. And shaking again. Trying to do this as steady as possible. Doesn't have to be perfect, but I'll do the nail a different color. I think once we dry brush, that'll add even more detail, but it just makes it not look so plain, I think. All right, now I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. Need to rest in to be able to do the line semi-straight. Okay, getting there. These details that take the longest. So that is the top. Darkening these ones a little bit. Okay. For underneath, let me go with, I'm gonna go with this uniform gray. I might even mix in the tiniest bit of black to that. I just don't want it to be as dark underneath. Okay. Just mixing it so that it's fully blended, so I don't have any black spots. Matthew, thank you. Tita Swing. Thank you, thank you. I will add some more dry brushing, which will fix that up a little bit. And I probably will even add a little bit more highlighting to some of the like creases in the wings that we can see, or even the markings that we can see in the wings. But yeah, thank you so much. All right, underneath, we're gonna do these ones. These ones I'll be able to do probably quicker because normally we're gonna be looking down. We're not gonna be holding it up and looking underneath. So it's not as nice and neat. It's totally fine. I'm gonna take this off of here and just hold it upside down. Okay, that side's done. And again, you can just see, just adds a little bit more contrast to the wings on the underside as well. Even though it's a very similar color. The undersides are done. I'm gonna put them back on the base. And do the nails, but I don't want the nails to be, I think I'll just use, actually maybe we'll just use a little bit of this skeleton bone for the nails. I don't want something that's super bright, but I feel like that's good. I'm gonna use the same color, I think, the skeleton bone on the teeth as well. It's not super noticeable, but it does pop them out just a tiny bit. Might need to do another coat on them once they dry. Okay, okay, okay. We are good. Yeah, that was kind of like a thin layer, so that's good. So I will do a dry brush now on the top of the wings. I'm actually thinking I might even start with this uniform gray mixture that I did, which is the color of the veins underneath, to start to darken the top. Kind of thinking that's where I might go. So I will get my paper towel. And just tidy up a tiny bit here. So I'm get some dry brush. My dry brushes are like all ruined, but it's okay. So I use makeup brushes. Don't mind that they're like totally a mess because dry brushes get destroyed. Um, but I just use makeup brushes. I find them the best. I find them the softest. Some of these, maybe I didn't, I don't know. Some of them are totally destroyed. But yeah, you definitely ruin brushes by dry brushing, so don't buy anything expensive. Definitely, these are just from the dollar store. So makeup brushes are definitely good. They also come in different sizes and angles. So that helps based on what you're doing. I even have like a big huge one that I use like when dry brushing like the terrain from Osworn, for example. It's like a huge brush. So definitely don't find anything expensive because they will not last. So I just get from the dollar store. So let's start with, I want to use this one. All right. I'm just going to take that uniform gray and I'm just trying to get almost all of it off of the brush. I want to, for dry brushing on both sides, I want to really build it up. I don't want to go too heavy handed at the beginning. So take it almost all off the brush. I probably got to take it off. I'm so afraid that it'll bend this. And I'll see if this is even the color that I want. It might not be. No, I don't think this is the color that I want to use. Go a little bit darker. Let's go with Necromancer's Cloak. This is a darker gray. Oh, this looks cool up now too. We're going to build it up, so I'm going to have to go over things multiple times probably. Let's see. I've been to the dollar store so much that they agreed to let me pay only 100 cents for everything, suckers. Yes, Matthew, nice. Bargain, yeah. Aren't most of the dollar stores now like they're not actually, things aren't actually a dollar? It's like Around $1. Jim, hello, how you doing? Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. We're just adding some more details. We're gonna dry brush the top a little bit darker. We're gonna dry brush a little bit of red underneath to make it look like he's flying over some fire. I'm just trying to add to some contrast to all of the different grays. I do want the top to be darker, and we can already see that it's darkening based on, like if you look at both sides, you can see that side's a little bit darker than this side, which is what I'm looking for. And again, their wings don't have to be perfect, right? No animal is perfect. So Tim says, whenever I see LOTR minis, I have flashbacks of setting up hundreds of models in the Games Workshop studio for photos of War of the Ring rulebook. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Sorry if I'm giving you flashbacks of that. Okay. And dry brushing on the other side. I might come back to that side. Tim, do you paint the models as well, or do you just photo them, or photo them, take photos of them? Oh, week after week, I mean, he's setting up huge battle shots. The book was a massive undertaking. I need to now go back, look at it now that I know that you took all the photos for it. Okay, I'm going to focus now on the ends, just where, you know, things would be darker. Oh, there was a team that painted them. Okay, hobby team. That's cool. That's very cool. That'd be such a fun job, I think. Okay, so those are the wings. It definitely is giving a little bit of texture to them. And then what I'm going to do is in some spots, I'm going to take the black now. And in some spots, I'm just going to dry brush with the black. Just to add like some imperfection. Now,
We're going to go on the underside. And I'm going to take a red. Oops. I'm going to take pure red for the underside. Oops. And I'm going to take a little bit of lava orange. And then mixing them together. Again, I want to build up the red. I don't want to be forced into too much. So I really want to make sure that I get most of it off so that I can go over it multiple times, building up as much as I want. And sometimes you can even see like there's almost no paint on it. It's actually on the camera you can't really see anything, but to my eye I can see there's like just a little bit of that orange. Like I would rather build that up than have it be so heavy-handed that then I'm forced to either clean it off or start again or something. The thing I do a lot too when I dry brush is I rub it on my hand to see if there is like a big streak or something. It cleans that off before I rub it onto the mini. I'm just looking for like a glow, not just so that you can kind of see like it looks like it's kind of glowing over fire, not where it's changing the color, if that makes sense. I'm going in with just red in just some spots. I'm just going to take a little bit as well. And just on, whoa, what I mean. Just have a little bit And then I'm going to do, which I probably should have already done, is all of the nails, which I don't even think I saw before. For this again, just using that skeleton bone, same that we did for the teeth. Right. Wondering, do we think we need to do it even darker on the top, or we think that's okay? And we have a little bit of the glow underneath. I don't know if that's exactly what I was thinking in my head, but I mean, whatever. Just add some color. I probably should do a little tiny bit of dry brush though on the dragon itself. And for that, I will use my lightest gray, which is this ash gray. What was your gateway into painting, Mel? So many years ago, we painted with our daughter just for fun some Zombicide minis. We didn't really take that anywhere. We just kind of did it for fun with her. And then we got Gloomhaven, I want to say Gloomhaven Jaws of the Lion. And I'm going to flip that over so it has some, yeah, Gloomhaven Jaws of the Lion. And we actually, going back a little bit further, we actually would paint a lot of the bases. So just the bases of our characters so that you guys on stream could see whose was who. And you could kind of tell the difference between a character and like the mobs, minions, monsters, enemies, bosses, whatever it was. And then when we got Jaws of the Lion, we started, actually Rob did, he painted the characters. And then I think it was like the demolition list or something was like so small. And he's like, oh, I don't know if I can do this one. It's so small. I think he says something along those lines. So I'm like, okay, let me try. Then I painted and was like, oh, that was really cool. Then he's like, you can touch up the ones that I did, the ones that he did. So I just kind of touched him up a tiny bit. He did a great job. And then just kind of spiraled from there. And then I think since then now, pretty much everything is painted. I paint everything now. Except for obviously like Mansions of Madness. Minis are terrible. There's so many of them. I'm not going to paint them. But I kind of was like, oh, it was kind of fun to do that. Then I just started from there. Started watching some YouTube videos on tips and tricks because I had no idea even like where to begin. Had paints from like our
hobby store, like not a hobby store, like a miniature hobby store, but like, you know, like the hobby stores like Michael's, Hobby Lobbies, or those kind of hobby stores, not necessarily miniatures. We just had some paints from there. I started with that and then slowly kind of expanded to what it is now. Just kind of adding some detail as well to him. FOG minis seem to be getting better and better. I agree. I agree. Even these ones, like the detail on these guys is pretty good, I think. Pretty detailed in these guys. But yeah, I think I agree that their miniatures are getting better. Yeah, this guy is not exactly what I had in mind, but I mean, will do. I just hate when miniatures are all like similar colors like this. They don't stand out or pop very well. But I mean, it is what he's supposed to look like, so I'm not sure if I'm even happy with the under highlight. Just lighten it a little bit. I think we will see less and less FFG minis going forward now as most of the games with minis moved over to Atomic Mass games. Oh, okay. Well, what I am seeing from them, like the Descent minis, fantastic. Um, these, even these ones, I felt like are a little bit more detailed than in the past. Yeah, the Descent minis that they are doing are awesome. I really like those. Not wait for the next box. Well, I think like I don't really know what else more I can do with this guy. Let me just do a little dry brush on this mountain. I don't want to use this one. More minis. I don't think we need more minis, Yogi. We don't have time to paint them all. That's the problem. These big, huge Kickstarters come out, and everybody's so excited. So many minis, and so many Kickstarters, and then retail games as well. And then it's like, oh my God. I didn't realize I needed to paint 700 minis this year. I have not heard anything, Heather, about the release date. No, I haven't, but maybe someone else has. For any more of the Descent. Like I thought when they originally released it, I mean, this was obviously during COVID, but I thought when they released it like a year ago, August, they had said that there was going to be, did they not say there was like a small box or DLC or something or that whatever they were doing, and then they were going to do the big box, and then they were going to do another DLC for that, giving them kind of time, but I haven't really heard much. Yeah, they haven't given any dates. Yeah. I don't know.
I am looking forward to it because I really, really enjoyed that campaign. Pre-painted minis, yeah, that's an idea, but pre-painted minis then makes the price of your games or Kickstarter go up, right? So it's like, what do we want? Do we want more minis? Do we want standees versus minis so you can play them faster, or do we want pre-painted minis? I mean, I don't know what the right answer is. Yeah. Okay, so they're not doing any DLC or small boxes for Descent. Okay. Again, I know it's very similar colors. We try to do some definitions in different colors, but it is what it is. Right. And then let's do Dust22. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you for subscribing. Okay, then we got our character. Again, I'm not doing the bases on these because I cannot for the life of me remember if I did them all black, if I did them gray, if I did the characters different than the enemies. I need to pull out the game to see. So not going to be doing the bases, but again, that's super easy. I just use either matte black, Necromancer's Cloak, or depending on the game, I'll use if it's colored bases, but so yeah, I have to wait until I see what I did, what colors I did, because I cannot remember for the life of me. And then we got our orc guy. Some games I did all black, others I did like characters black, enemies gray. So this guy looks terrifying. Let's not meet him anywhere on the board. I'm gonna quickly see something here. I will take 2 seconds because I already have it out, and I'm just gonna take that skeleton bone on the teeth and kind of do it almost like a little dry brush and just kind of go over. Oh, Dust says that they delayed the first expansion for Descent to focus on Act 2. They talked about it at Gen Con. Oh, did I watch that? I don't know if I watched that one, but okay. Because I thought I had heard that they were doing like expansions in between each one, which would then give them more time to work on the next act. But whatever we get from that, I'm excited for. Let's just okay. Let's see. And this guy will be done. Oh yeah, that does add a little bit more detail to his face. And then again, our Witch King. Maybe I should have done the Dragon Brown. I don't know. Really know. I think it looks fine. I just
I'm just hoping it doesn't look like a blob of gray just roaming around the board. Yeah, that's the 3 minis that come in the Scourges of the Waste expansion. Again, thank you so much, FFG, for sending this over to us for me to paint and then for us to play on the channel. That's awesome. Awesome, awesome. Again, these are the befores. This is what it looked like before. You are after. Turning up the volume so you can hear every brush stroke. Sorry. Actually, let's do like that. So, looking forward to starting the next campaign. So if you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, there is already a stream scheduled for the Poison Promise, which is the DLC that just came out with, like at the same time that this little pack comes out. So we're starting that on Tuesday. The stream is already scheduled. You can set a reminder. There's also links in the description for that campaign and all of the previous campaigns that we've played through. We played through quite a few. I think we played through everything except for the new DLC, the Poison Promise, and Spreading War. So I'm excited to play both of those. Let's see. Acrylic pole, maybe fluorescent green. That might be creepy. I think they're meant to be left clear, right? I think so. I just have to clean it up a little bit underneath any primer that got up in there and any like little paint that touched. So I don't know. Jim says, here is a boring true story. Back in 2009, I went to the head of the hobby product team at GW Design Studio and suggested we make a Citadel handle for holding minis so we don't have to tack them. Oh, yeah, I know. I hate that. I used to tack them. I think I threw all mine away when I got the handles. He told me they would never sell. The year I left the company, 2016, I think it was, they released the Citadel grip. Is that this one? It's this one. I have 2. That's awesome. So I have this one for bigger minis. I don't know which one is the grip. I don't know what that means. The only one I don't have is the one that has all, I don't even know if that's Citadel. You know the one that has all the little like pinchers? And you can like pinch things in different spots, which might be something for a guy like this. But I have one of these handles for the bigger minis, so it has all the different bigger slots. And then I have 3. No, actually, I think I just purchased the 4th one. I think I had some upstairs. I don't even remember. I have 3 or 4 of this size. I love these. This is such a good idea, Jim. And if you had any part in this idea, fantastic. Such a good idea. I used to tack them on to like pill bottles, or now I get to use them for my brushes. But I think I threw all my other ones away. But yeah, such a good idea. Oh yeah, I do have a 4th one. Yeah, I have 4 of these for when I'm doing like a set of something. I used to have to like flip them. I started with 1. You can always do environment lighting on the Witch King. Yeah, I'm fine with it. Just so dark. You know, the other thing I could possibly do is maybe some fire or something on this, but I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I know I need 4 though, because you know what? I find a lot of times I'm doing at least 3 or 4 minis at a time, right? When you look at these sets that have multiple, like you look at like Massive Darkness or Descent, or Legends of Dark, or something that has like multiple of the same kind of minion, I was always clipping them back on and off. Not that that is an issue. Like, it's super easy to clip a mini on and off, but I just wanted to have 4. So now I have 4 of them. Yeah.
So funny. Yeah, that's crazy that you even had any kind of that they even thought that these wouldn't sell because these are phenomenal products. Yeah. Yeah, them I'm gonna think about it, but I don't think so. I might just leave it as is. I just thinking something to add some color, but I don't know. Oh, okay. So Jim says, "The one thing that maybe I would do is a super thin glaze on the wings as they're leathery and will look good with a subtle dark theme." I can do that. I can do that. So like a glaze of, hmm, come on, thank you so much. No problem. I can do that. You know what? You're right. You're right. We could do, what if I just did a wash? I could just do a little bit of a thin wash on them. Hmm. Uh, Matthew says I'm buying another Citadel. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can't have too many of them, right? You know, this one was the very first one I got. It doesn't even say that it's Citadel anymore because I've worn it out. Um, I can do that. I can do a dark tone wash that's kind of watered down and throw that on it. Or do you think the glaze would be better? And the glaze is just like really, really, really thin paint. Use some contrast medium with a black or a dark gray. Okay, to thin it down. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. So so I've made my own. I haven't used it in a while because I've been using the contrast paint so much, but I do have this little mixture that I made, which if I can find little products of what it is so I can tell you, it is Flow, Flow Aid, and there's something else in here. This one. And Matte Medium mixed together. I can't remember the ratio because I've had this for so long. I can't remember. But it's Flow Aid and Matte Medium. Make like a thinning agent. Okay, let's do that with, where did I put it? Let's do Necromancer's Cloak, which is kind of a darker gray and not a black, right? Let's not do black. Stream's not done. Stream's not done. Jim gave us a good idea. Oh, is this one the one that was clogged? One sec. I'm gonna clean that one. Okay, so then I'm gonna add a little bit of this. Now, again, I'm not, like, Jim seems like professional. Jim knows what he's talking about. So Jim can tell us the exact proportion. I am going to thin down just so that it's super thin. Oh, I probably haven't even opened this in a while. Also clogged. Stay tuned. Be right with you. It's sticky, almost like a glue. There we go. Oh, you've picked up lots of tips. Well, I am so happy for you to share your tips here, and we will try them, and I will see what I'm doing. I like that. All right. Like I said, again, I don't know the ratio. I'm just doing a, oh, I'm so sorry. You cannot see. 2 parts medium to 1 part black wash. Okay. I just kind of dragged it in. So it kind of is like this, which I can put it on to the stream. So onto the camera. So you can see here, this is the thick paint. And then I added the medium. So now it's kind of just like a thin. I do have, it's from Rob, my unclogger, yes. I can get the tops off until I can clean them out. So I think that looks like a good consistency of how thin it is. So we'll see. It's fine. We're not going to ruin it. So that's what the one thing I love about painting is you can experiment. Like, it's not going to get worse, right, than the gray plastic that it originally started with. So yeah. Pop it on your thumbnail to see how transparent it is. Oh, okay. So we're gonna. Almost, you can see that it's there, but looking good. Okay, we're good. So this is the consistency Jim says we're looking for. Okay. All right, and we're gonna just, oh, I'm like, when you go from looking through this magnifying glass to then not, it is weird. Now, Jim, would you say that you do a dry brush over this, or you do this first and then you dry brush? If it's, what would you say? And I know obviously it will look a little bit more dark until it dries, right? Because it's wet, so you can see like the glistening. Ultraviolet says, my cat is watching now, Mel. Kitty supervisor. I don't like cats. Just a fun fact about me. All right. You are right that it does look a little bit like leathery. But I'm just curious, yeah. Jim, let me know. Would you dry brush over top of this, or you'd be good? Like, you dry brush first, then put this on. I've never really glazed before. And I know that you can kind of build this up too, right? Like, you can do multiple layers of a glaze. You would do, okay, you would do it, let it dry, and then see if you need it. Oh, dry brush tends to make it look chalky, which is very true. Yeah, you don't want, like, if this is like the wings, right? We don't want it to look chalky. So dry brush before, some of that will still pop through once it's dry. All right, so just an FYI, I'm going to schedule all of my paint streams around when Jim is available so that he can get the tips. Jim, thank you so much. I've heard about glazing and that, but I've never really done it. Right, we probably won't even need to dry brush because I feel like some of the dry brushing that we did will just be shown through once this is dry. Because it's so thin. Also, glazing later pulls things back together. Okay, okay, I like it. I like it. I've seen it done, but I've never wondering. I'm just gonna add a little bit more of that flow, and I'll do some on the underside. Yeah, and you can do it in later layers too. That's what I've seen before that people have done, right? Where they do it in layers if they want to build up a color, especially if you want to do for a highlight, right? Sometimes it's good if you use a glaze for a highlight. All right, so make some more. To the underside, that might help fix some of the, I'm just gonna take it off of this for that. Definitely like the way it's turning out though. You're right too, right? That when you dry brush, sometimes it does look chalky. I find especially when you're using any kind of like whites and light grays. But this definitely will help. Probably helps hide some of the imperfections as well of when your lines are not perfect. Yeah. Oops. Oh, I'll take it off of that one too. Yeah, I think it's definitely looking good as it dries. Thank you so much, Jim. I think I didn't do here. Which is funny that you can then see the difference. I'm going to experiment with this glazing. Thank you. Does definitely make it look a little bit more leathery. You're right. It even kind of fixed a little bit of the under, making it more of a tint, like that. It's some shadowing versus like paint on it. Yeah, with the fire. So let's put them back on our little stand here.
Okay. So that's what it's now looking like with the glaze on it. You're right. It definitely looks more leathery, less chalky, which is awesome. Definitely a trick I will definitely use in the future. It also makes it look very different, especially when you're looking at it at this angle. It definitely stands out versus the body of the dragon itself, right? Because the dragon body looks very scaly, maybe a little more chalky, right? Versus the wings, which do look a little bit leathery and very different. And then we have the underside, which I tried to give a little bit of a red or orangey red fire glow to them so that it'll look like he's like flying over fire. That's so awesome. That's so awesome, Jim. Thank you. Thank you. So these are our completed characters from Scourges of the Waste figure pack from Fantasy Flight Games. Thank you again to Fantasy Flight Games for sending that over so that we can play through and paint it on stream. Thank you. Thank you. Nicole says, I believe that the minis in Journeys to Middle Earth are some of the, if not the best minis for Lord of the Rings out there. I'm trying to think. I don't really know many other Lord of the Rings with miniatures. What? I don't know, but definitely I like these minis. Definitely they're detailed, they're cool, they're thematic, like they look like they fit, especially we just watched The Rings of Power. So it's like you gather some inspiration on some of the colors and clothing and stuff that they wore and stuff in that. So Jim, you're saying thank you to me for entertaining us. I'm saying thank you so much to you for your tips. That's awesome. Even though like I've been painting now maybe like just over 2 years probably. And there's so much out there that I don't know. So I appreciate that so much. So much. Yeah, these guys are now ready to join the battle. Again, like I said, the bases, I'll have to figure that out because I don't remember what colors I did bases in the other ones. So looks very, very good from the entire series of Journeys in Middle Earth minis. My all-time favorite perhaps is the Balrog. That was mind-blowing. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, he was fun to paint for sure. He was very fun to paint. Oh, Nichols, thank you so much. Says, save this to view as a tutorial when mine arrives. And you can watch it at like 6 times speed or something, right? So that you can get through it fast. I don't even know what the fastest speed, 10 times maybe? That's awesome. Thank you guys so much. That was a lot of fun. We haven't done that for a while, but that was a lot of fun. So again, thank you to FFG for sending this over to us. I'm excited to play through the next campaign. So again, we have the oh, I'm blanking now on the name. I said it like 7 times this stream, and now I forget what the name is. Poison Promise. Poison Promise campaign that we are going to start with Kyle on Tuesday. There is a stream already scheduled for that, so you can set a reminder. Also, links in the description below for that stream, as well as all the other previous campaigns that we've played through of Journeys of Middle Earth. They've been a lot of fun to play through, so we have all of those campaigns linked in the description below if you haven't seen any and you're curious about those. Again, Army Painter Speed Paints is mainly what I use for these, with a couple of metals and grays in that. But the links for those are also down in the description below if you're looking at what paints I was using. I think there's even some links for holders and that, just so you can kind of see. Again, for brushes, I just use whatever from Amazon. And I know Elaine was asking about the magnifying glass. So again, the magnifying glass is just on Amazon. It is a 5x magnifier with glass, not plastic, and with LED lights, and it just is USB connected. So those are just some of the things that I used in the stream. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Not sure what the next game I'm going to paint on stream is and when that will be, but if you want to keep up with that, then make sure you hit the subscribe button, turn all your notifications on, so whenever we go live with either painting or playthroughs, you will be notified. Thank you so much to all the people that subscribed today, to those of you that actually, let me go to this other one. Sorry, one second. We can see their names. So thank you so much. Oh, it's on the side. To the people that are scrolling here that help support the channel either by clicking the join button down below or becoming a member on Patreon. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super chats today. Very generous. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Can't wait to your next playthrough. I love this game. So again, Tuesday. You don't have to wait long. Tuesday. Oh, Velko's excited too. You're a fan of LOTR lore. Nice, nice. That has to come to an end. I know. Got to go prep for tomorrow's stream, which tomorrow we will be playing through. What is the campaign that we're playing tomorrow? We're playing Arkham Horror, Carnival of Horrors. We're playing that tomorrow with some decks that Yogi made, so we're gonna have to practice that. Well, we're not gonna practice that. We're just gonna practice with the decks with a different scenario. Because we're gonna play through that blind tomorrow for our, I guess, very highly requested scenario to play through. So awesome. Excited for that. Oh, Ultra Violetta says, I'm still catching up on Journey's Middle Earth playthroughs. Been busy, so slow it's going. But you know what? We weren't playing them through fast, so you had so much time. You gotta go quick now. No, I'm just kidding. You could just join into the next one because they're not like they don't connect really in any way. Oh, Jim says Tuesday is perfect as it's a bank holiday here in Spain. Oh, perfect. We did that just for you, Jim. Just so that you can join. That's awesome. Okay. Perfect. So yeah. So if you want to set a reminder for that, you can. And yeah, we'll see you in the next one, which again is going to be tomorrow for Arkham Horror. So I hope everybody has a wonderful weekend. Thank you so much to everybody that hung out with me today, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.